Presenter's laptop sound check. Presenter's laptop sound check. Clerk's laptop sound check. Clerk's laptop sound check.
Mr. Mayor,
I see some of you got my pink memo and some of you don't have any pink lying around.
Mr. Mayor, we have quorum and we are live.
Ah,
Pink 24/7, Mr. Mayor.
very good. It's in the
and I've got a
formal.
lot of pink shirts in my wardrobe, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
I thought you would have. Yeah. So good morning, everyone, and let me just call this meeting to order and remind you all that the city of Hamilton is situated on the traditional territory of the Erie, Neutral, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Mississaugas. This land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which was an agreement between the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe to share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. We further acknowledge this land is covered by the Between the Lakes Purchase 1792 between the Crown and the Mississauga of the Credit First Nation. Today, the city of Hamilton is home to many Indigenous peoples from across Turtle Island, North America, and we recognize that we must do more to learn about the rich history of this land so that we can be better, so we can better understand our roles as residents, neighbors, partners, and caretakers. Members of the public are advised that our meetings are webcast live by the City of Hamilton and temporarily archived on the city's website, and that the presentations and reports considered at this meeting are available on the city's website, and that members of the public can contact the clerk's office to acquire documents in an alternate form. And as well, a reminder that all electronic devices are to be kept at a non-audible function during our council meeting, and that we are adhering to the 5-minute time rule today as well. As you know, or as you can see, many of us are sporting pink shirts today, and today is Wednesday, February 23rd. It is Pink Shirt Day, part of an international effort and movement to bring awareness to the issue of bullying that continues to exist in schools, homes, and workplaces around the world. The theme of Pink Shirt Day is Lift Each Other Up. So by wearing pink, we are showing our support to stop bullying, foster healthy, inclusive relationships, and lift each other up wherever and whenever we can. So you can show your support for Pink Shirt Day and be part of the movement to end bullying by not only wearing pink today, but to speaking out against bullying when it arises. We can all make a difference by being kind and lifting one another up each and every day. So thank you all for your participation in that, and certainly you could, through the course of today, post anything having to do with Pink Shirt Day. If you happen to have a pink shirt handy, that certainly would continue to spread the message. So I encourage you to do that. On that note, Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda, please?
Good morning. Yes, Mr. Mayor. There are 11 added correspondence items. Item 411, we have multiple correspondence respecting the permanent program for temporary outdoor patios, with a recommendation to be received and referred to the consideration of item 6 of the Planning Committee Report 22-003. We have item 413, correspondence from Aaron Waxman of Iron Point, formally requesting a deferral of the Planning Committee decision respecting 44-2 and 46-2 Wilson Street in Ancaster. We have, with the recommendation be received and referred to the consideration of item 5 of the Planning Committee Report 22-003. We have item 414, correspondence from Pittman Patterson, Borden, Ladner, and Gervais respecting Official Plan Amendment UHOPA 22-001. With a recommendation be received and referred to the consideration of item 4 of the Planning Committee Report 22-003. And there is one added bill today, Bill number 42, respecting the removal of part lot control, part of Block 1, registered plan number 62M-1281, municipally known as 3311 Homestead Drive in Glanbrook. And that is in Ward 11. And that is all of our changes for today, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And just a reminder, when you're not on the speakers list, if you could keep yourself on mute, that would be great. And could I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended? Moved by Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Vanderbeek. Any comments or questions on the agenda? Seeing any, thank you. If you would put the vote up. All in favor? Any opposed? Any abstaining?
Councillors Clark and Whitehead are absent.
They are.
Councillor Powers, are you still there? I know he was having technical difficulty along with Councillor Ferguson.
Don't see him on the screen. Or
Oh, he's back.
There he is.
Oh.
Councillor Ferguson, I don't see on the screen.
Councillor Powers is a thumbs up. And I do not see Councillor Ferguson. He's absent. That carries 13-0.
Okay, thank you. Can I have any declarations of interest? Councillor Pauls, I saw. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. 4.8, Police Service Board and Hamilton Police Services failure to provide adequate police services in long-term care home. I am declaring a non-disqualifying interest. So I just want the public to be aware of that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Pearson?
It's not a declaration of interest, Mr. Mayor, but I may have to leave briefly as I have a contractor coming to deal with an ongoing gas issue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other declarations, members of council? Not seeing any, thank you. We're going to turn to the approval of the minutes of February the 9th, 2022. And I have a motion to approve those minutes unless there's any questions. Moved by Councillor Pearson, thank you. Councillor Johnson seconds that. Any comments or questions? All in favor then? Any opposed? And I don't see Councillor Powers on the screen at the moment. He said he had to vacate for a moment. Oh, there we go. Thumbs up. Thank you.
Councillor Powers is a thumbs up.
Yep.
And that is carried 13-0.
Councillor Vanderbeek, you have a motion to put the communications items on the floor. Could you put that now, please?
I do, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Ferguson. Is he on the screen?
He is not. No, you'll need another seconder.
Okay. Seconded by Councillor Johnson. That the council move into committee of the whole to consider the committee reports, sir.
Correct, but we were going to do communications first. So
I'm sorry. Communications. I'm sorry.
No worries.
I skipped to the next one. That the February 23rd, 2022 council communications be approved and presented. And that's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Johnson.
Great, thank you very much. Any items on communications that folks would like to speak to? I see Councillor Jackson in the chat. Councillor Jackson, go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Just
Morning.
4.11, Mr. Mayor, correspondence respecting permanent program for the temporary outdoor patios. We've got a multitude of correspondences from people having opinions, mostly concerned from the ACPD, the Advisory Committee for Persons with Disabilities. So I'm just hoping we're going to have a good, robust discussion at the Planning Committee report, and that hopefully staff will be there to address some of these inquiries, especially from ACPD. It seems everybody, including ACPD members, are all excited about making the program permanent, but I'm somewhat confused and perplexed as to what may or may not have been discussed at the Planning Committee, which I'm not on. So I'm just making everyone aware, of course, and hopefully staff will be present at that time. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Correct, thank you. And we're referring all those items to that very item in the Planning Committee report so that everyone can be aware and concerns can be raised and we can have a fulsome discussion. Any other items in communications? Not seeing anything on the list. So as Councillor Farr, last minute arrival, if you could. Good morning.
On time, but yes, at 9:29. Yes. Just to the previous speaker, I did speak with Julia Davis, who authored the report, and she will be present today. As a planning committee member, I thought I'd share. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. So on the communications then, as presented, all in favor, if you could put that vote up. There it is. And a thumbs up from Councillor Powers. Anyone else needing to indicate?
That carries 13-0, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Moving now into committee of the whole. So Councillor Vanderbeek.
Thank you, sir. I'll try this one again.
Yeah.
And moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Partridge, that council move into committee of the whole to consider the committee reports.
Thank you. All in favor? Thumbs up from Councillor Powers. Thank you. Councillor Ferguson, are you able to vote?
Okay, my computer crashed on me. I got the help desk on the phone. I'm trying to get reconnected with everything right now. So the answer is no for now.
Okay, so just give us we're on committee of going into committee of the whole. So thumbs up from me.
Thumbs up. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Didn't come up, I don't think. So I'm a thumbs up. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, we have you, Councillor. And that carries.
You were so fast on the vote, you didn't even realize you were doing it. All right, we are now at committee reports. We are at the Board of Health report, item 5.1. Councillor Wilson, could you put a motion forward to put the report on the floor, please?
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Powers, that the Board of Health report 22-002, being the meeting held on Monday, February the 14th, 2022, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Okay, thank you. Any comments or questions or items on the report? Councillor Jackson.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Information section E, Roman numeral I, overview of COVID-19 activity. I would hope, please, between EOC Director Thorne and or Dr. Richardson, we're 6 days away from the March 1st momentous decision day of what the province has announced. And I just want to be crystal clear on what we can and can't do. And I'd like staff to clarify, if you recall, in the first few months of the pandemic, we got tangled up a bit, if you will, between recommended versus required. If staff could make that clear as well in terms of indoor meetings, constituency meetings, things like that, please. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Jason Thorne at this point for citywide updates. Jason? We did have our media briefing yesterday to clarify some of those issues, and I think an email was sent to all members of council on the clarity of what we're proposing to head towards. So, Jason Thorne, it's over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jason Thorne, General Manager of Planning and Economic Development. I'm also the EOC Director. So yes, as the councillor noted, the province has indicated that it's their intention that as of March 1st, they'd be lifting some of the remaining public health restrictions, including the vaccination requirement. I would just stress that they've said that's their intention. Of course, they've said they're going to be monitoring the public health indicators between now and then to confirm that date. What we have looked at from an EOC standpoint is the facilities that still require proof of vaccination that are city facilities would be things like our arenas, our rec centers, our museums. And what we've indicated is that when the province lifts those vaccination requirements for businesses and other uses around the province, that we would be following suit and doing the same for our city facilities. So if that March 1st date is the date, then effective as of that date, we would be lifting those vaccination requirements for the public who are accessing arenas, rec centers, and so on.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, General Manager Thorne. So if March 1st holds as the province has intended, so our indoor capacity limits as well lifted completely. I've just got a quick series of questions, Mr. Mayor, for public consumption, please, and in light of what I'm planning to schedule for my community. So a couple more questions, Jason. Are indoor capacities lifted, the requirement? Through you, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, so through the chair, many of those have already been lifted. The province has indicated that for some facilities that require proof of vaccination that would still have capacity restrictions, those may also be lifted as of March the 1st. With respect to government services, which is most of what members of council would do if you're hosting a public
Correct.
information meeting on a policy initiative or something to that effect, those are exempt as a government service. So what we have, EOC has sort of advised, but it is advice, is to do sign-ins, do to try to manage the capacity that allows for physical distancing, how far you set apart chairs, those sorts of things. But as a government service, those have been exempt. Those have not required the proof of vaccination. That's if it's a government service. If it's a if it's a social event or a fundraiser or a celebration, those sorts of things, they would follow the same requirements that any other celebration or special event would have to follow. So in those cases, there have been some capacity restrictions in place. I do expect that any of those remaining will be lifted as of the 1st as well. But once we see the details of what that provincial announcement is for the 1st, we'd be sending out those details to council and to the public.
So last supplementary, Mr. Mayor, just dovetailing, Jason, on what you just shared about government services meetings, which I would interpret as constituency meetings on matters important to the ward and or the city that I would host. So again, just not to get tripped up, you said that we would advise Councillor Jackson, you have contact tracing, people wear masks, in the rec center or the banquet hall, they be safe distancing. But it's not a requirement if March 1st holds. Is that correct? And that's my last question, Mr. Mayor, to the director.
Thank you. Jason?
Through the chair for a government service, that's correct. What we haven't looked at yet from an EOC standpoint is whether we'd be changing any of that advice post March 1st. We haven't gone through those details yet. But in terms of a government service, yes, it's exempt from the requirements. And then we provided that guidance as helpful advice, hopefully, to members of council.
Okay, General Manager, I was ready to sign off, but then you just said something. I'm not trying to be pedantic, but you just said then earlier, you said we will follow the province if March 1st and their announcement holds. And then you just said, come March 1st, we'll review. Just please, again, clarify that distinction for me once and for all, please.
Thank you. Jason?
Yeah, so through the chair, whether or not we'd still be advising the, we've been advising around contact tracing and distancing and those sorts of things. So we haven't gone through to review that to see if we're providing any different advice. What is expected to change on March 1st is around the vaccination requirements. And those apply, those aren't applying right now for government services. So for example, a member of the public coming into City Hall to use one of our municipal service counters, there's not a vaccine requirement for something like that because they're accessing a government service.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I'm really deeply grateful to the EOC director for clarifying a number of these things, at least from my office. Thank you.
Much appreciated. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jason. Any other questions on the Board of Health report? Councillor Pauls.
Thank you, and thank you through the chair, the mayor. Jason, I had quite a few phone calls and I've had lots of emails from concerned staff. Will we do a wholesome review about our vaccination policy for staff coming up? As you know, May 31st is the deadline. We got lots of time to discuss it. And I'm wondering, what is the thought? If March the 1st, we're lifting the vaccination policy, that there's no more requirement. I heard Patrick Brown this morning say everything is lifted as March 1st. They're not firing anybody from their office. So when is that going to be a wholesome review that we can do?
Thank you. Jason?
So through the chair, we're looking at the impacts of the provincial announcement on a number of sort of city policies and procedures and bylaws. We, of course, still have our city masking bylaw. We still have our city physical distancing bylaw. So we'll be assessing what the impacts are on those as well. For now, we're not contemplating any changes to those municipal bylaws, municipal policies, outside of what I just mentioned in terms of the vaccination requirement for the public accessing those city facilities.
And when will we talk about the May 31st deadline? Will we have an opportunity to talk about those? Because I get those calls all the time and I need to answer.
Yes, and so through the chair, at this time, we haven't been contemplating changes to any of those policies and bylaws. Like I said, we have to assess what the province is coming back with. Ultimately, if there's going to be a change to any of those policies or bylaws, those do have to come in front of council. Those were council adopted policies and bylaws. So they would have to be brought back in front of you for any changes.
All right, and I hope we do. I hope we have a second look at what we are mandating by May 31st. because I've looked at, I actually talked to Patrick Brown from Brampton, and he is lifting, he has no intention of ever firing anybody for the mandate. So I hope we follow suit. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions on the Board of Health report? Not seeing any. It has been moved and seconded. All in favor of the report as presented, please indicate. Vote is up. Thumbs up from Councillor Powers. Councillor Ferguson, are you able to vote?
True.
No, I don't see it, so I assume that you're able to vote.
Yes.
Thank you.
I just want to confirm clerks have got it.
Yep.
Thanks.
They'll give us an answer on that.
That carried, Mr. Mayor?
Okay, thank you. And we are turning now to Public Works report. Councillor Nan, could I have a motion to put the item 5.2, the Public Works Committee report on the floor, please?
Certainly, through you, that the Public Works Committee Report 22-003, being the meeting held on Monday, February 14, 2022, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved. And it's moved by myself and seconded by Vice Chair Councillor Powers.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Marula, I see on the chat. Councillor Marula, floor is yours. Which item?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, on the city motor item, I just want to thank Rome D'Angelo and Julia Verducci for their assistance, as well as Tom Hunter and those at City Housing. But what's before you is something that started back in 2011 when we had the blight known as the City Motor Hotel, which back in the day, as you know, Mr. Mayor, because you grew up in that neighborhood, was a very elite banquet center and one that was frequented by many. And so there is a nostalgic component to the particular sign. And when back in 2011, when it basically deduced itself down to being a blight, that we as a community had enough. So we met at Montgomery Park. Hundreds of people attended. I had no idea how we were going to go about repurposing it. But I made that promise, and I remember getting into my Jeep that particular evening, thinking I have no idea how what we're going to do, but I knew we were going to start doing something. So the expropriation process started. It was the first time in the history of the city that we've done that from a community base and paid for out of the area rating fund. So at that time, we did come a long way. We repurposed it. We basically zoned it, and then lo and behold, the LRT came in. LRT came in and they said, we need that property. Hence, all that work you've done is for naught. So let's now just work on the LRT and forget what you've done. So we accepted that at that time. We did seek, obviously, compensation that goes back to the area rating, which then paid for many other amenities, such as the Parkdale Pool, which is the next item. But when we finally got to the point where the LRT no longer needed it, and again came back to it being a planning of destination. Chad Collins and I, are the former councillor, now MP, as you know, we sat beside each other and we talked a lot and we laughed a lot. But one time we were talking and I thought to myself, hey, wouldn't this be a great opportunity to join forces and make that a housing development? And lo and behold, he made it happen with your help, Mr. Mayor, and those Councillor Jackson and Councillor Farr, and I'm sure I've missed many, but everyone that was involved, and it finally landed. So it's amazing how it's been. We started in 2011, so think about the length of time. We're just starting to. The shovel has just gone to the ground today. So this sign will be erected. It's important to recognize we're not asking for the sign to be erected as it was. It's the actual frame of it is what's important. And what the importance of the sign is to repurpose it, to make it functional for city housing. And so we can marry the two. And I know for a fact that the nostalgic component of this is very important. And a promise delivered, by the way, because I know a lot of people were on my case back in the day about what we were going to do with the sign. And this is the plan. And you're welcome. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Yeah, very well done, and looking forward to seeing that space turned into positive housing development with a facsimile of the sign, or the sign, the frame of the sign, messaged for the social housing that's going to be there. So well done, Councillor. It was quite a journey, and well thought out, and well actioned by you as we went forward. So congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Any other items on the Public Works Committee
Yes.
report?
On the other item is the parked up
Councillor,
pool.
go ahead. Yep.
Yes. This is another item that has come to fruition and has a great deal of history. So back during my first budgetary process, after amalgamation, as you can recall, it was a pretty hectic time, and I was the only rookie councillor on that particular council. So the first budget we were subjected to, I was subjected to the closure of this particular pool. So I thought, oh, lo and behold, I get elected and the community loses a pool. So I kind of panicked. I do remember, though, that if it were not for council, this pool would not have existed all these years. And I do remember that Russ Powers, it's amazing he's here today on council, because he was part. I remember thinking he wasn't going to support me because I didn't know him, but he made the difference. He was the deciding vote. I'm not sure if he remembers, but he did. So today we've gone from the pool being closed to a brand spanking new pool. I'm incredibly proud of this, and but I couldn't have done it without council, obviously, and you all know who you are, and I appreciate your time, and I look forward to the completion of this. And again, want to thank Rome D'Angelo. He's been a champion on this particular file. Thanks very much.
Thank you, and we look forward to getting this finished and done, and having that new pool in place soonest. So thanks all for making that happen, and congratulations again, Councillor Marula. On the balance of the report then, with those two items included, all in favor? I spent many an hour in that pool, by the way. Many an hour in that pool. Learned to swim there, actually.
Oh, that's great to know.
It's great.
And that carries 14-0.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. We're going to turn to item 5.3, which is the Planning Committee report, February the 15th. Councillor Johnson, a motion to put it on the floor, please.
Thank you. That it's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Ferguson that the Planning Committee report 22-003, being the meeting held on Tuesday, February 15th, 2022, be received and the recommendations contained thereof be approved, be put on the table, please.
Great. Thank you very much. And on the speakers list is Councillor Farr. Go ahead, Councillor, and I know there'll be others.
Absolutely.
Get yourself on the list, and floor is yours, sir.
Absolutely. And it is item 6, Mr. Mayor. So that is the permanency of our temporary outdoor patio program. Planning Committee was, I believe, unanimous 6-0 last week. Through you to Julia, as I mentioned, Julia Davis is still with us, and she is the author of the report. So some quick questions just before I'm sure the input from others on and off the committee today at council. So Julia, you did author the report through the mayor, correct?
Through the mayor, this is Julia Davis, Business Development and BI Officer. That's correct, Councillor.
Okay, and there was opportunities, I believe it was twice, maybe more, that you did meet with the ACPD committee?
Through the mayor, that is correct, Councillor. To date, we have gone and discussed items with that committee twice.
And as it stands, no matter the type, there's really just two types of on-street patios, off curb or on sidewalk with a redirect. AODA compliancy is part of the plan for each patio. Must be AOD compliant, 1.6 meter widths, all that stuff. Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Through the mayor, that is correct, Councillor. Whether on municipal or private property, we include expected compliancy from the applicants in all of our program elements and streams.
And through you, I did mention earlier, I had a chance to talk to Julia, was it, I think yesterday on the phone. The prevailing theme from those opposed, certainly today we're seeing now a slew of restaurant owners who've really taken the hit, the food service industry, obviously through this pandemic and throughout the world. And a couple of BIAs are supportive of what's before us here today and so forth. But there's a prevailing theme with particularly ACPD members, and I think the CNIB jumped on board yesterday, but I didn't get to finish reading that one. But the theme seems to be, we're okay with this concept and its permanency. Not all of them are okay with the permanency that I read, but many of them are. They just don't want the sidewalk obscured. Did you get the same thing from Planning Committee, and are you sensing the same prevailing theme as the author of the report, Julia, through you, Mr. Mayor?
Thank you.
Through the mayor, I do get a sense that of course, those are the concerns, and that was some of the feedback, but the input of the ACPD will be considered in our guidelines as we go forward. This program is a living organism, and so with the continuous improvement lens, we take feedback regularly to implement that. So we do want to continue those conversations so that we can improve the program going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr.
And
Park.
quick to Jason Thorne. Thank you, Julia, very much for all the great work you've done. Jay, did the province not allow servers a few years ago access to sidewalks to go from shop door to patio if there's a distance of the sidewalk to cover?
Through the chair, that's correct. So there was a modification that allowed you to cross the I forget what they called it at the AGCO, the threshold. There used to be a provision where you couldn't carry alcohol across the public property of the sidewalk, but those changes that has changed, so you can have a licensed server go across public space if necessary.
So in most of the cases, final question, Mr. Mayor, are we finding the patios that choose to be immediately adjacent to the door and use the sidewalk are doing so in most cases because they don't have the opportunity of metered curbsides?
So through the chair, I'd say that's a pretty common reason for using the sidewalk space instead of the on-street space. It could be because of restrictions. It could be you've got a bus stop or you've got a sewer grate or there's an accessible parking space or something like that, a loading zone that restricts you from using that location. And I think it's fair to say that for some residents, there's also a general preference to have it as close to the business as possible, because of course they don't want their servers having to walk quite as far. So there is that as well, but there are a number of situations where the on-street just wasn't an option for a variety of reasons.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I may come back. I look forward to hearing some questions and answers. And I may also amend just some of the words to bring some peace, depending on how the conversation goes, to the language on the AODA compliant nature of this policy. It is kind of it's not really written into the recommendations A through E, but I think we may be able to reference that in the 1.6 meter width as well. But I look forward to the debate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. On this topic, Councillor Ferguson? No? Separate topic?
Yes, I have just a topic also, but I have another topic for later.
Right.
So
Okay.
on this topic, I just want to confirm again with Julie, because I'm getting lots of emails saying these will not be AODA compliant. I think I heard you say they will, correct?
So through the mayor to the councillor, that is correct, councillor. We along with municipalities across the province include wording and expectations that every applicant be compliant with AODA if they're putting in temporary seasonal patios.
Perfect. I'm pleased to hear that. And also, I think I heard you say you will be returning to the committee with an update as this progresses out. Is that correct?
Through the mayor to the councillor, that is correct. We will continue to do regular consultation with ACPD, BIA Advisory Committee, different BIA boards of management. That will be practice as we continue this program going forward in 2022 and hopefully beyond. So that will be part of our process.
Okay, thank you
Through
for
the
that.
chair.
And,
Okay, thank you.
sorry.
If I may just add something to Julia's answer there, you'll note that recommendation B does give staff delegated authority to make minor amendments to the terms and conditions of the program. And I'd say that's something that we have utilized over the years. For example, for the on-street patios, at a certain point, we introduced some of the safety measures like wheel stops for parked cars, those reflective signage to add some additional safety measures. We've modified the seasons that the patios are open. So each year, as we kind of learn from the program, what works well, what works not so well, we can make those sorts of changes to the terms and conditions. So that's what recommendation, I believe it's B, is intended to do, is to give us that authority to review those each and every year and make improvements as required.
And one last question then is there's some form of urban braille, so someone is visually disabled, that they'll know they're walking into a patio, that something will be on the ground that will allow them to feel it, so that they know they need to go around. A type of urban braille.
Thank you. Julia?
Through Mr. Mayor to the councillor, that is something we are looking at best practices in comparable municipalities to make recommendations and updates to our guidelines as appropriate.
So the short answer is you don't know yet.
We have not updated our guidelines at this point in time, but we've taken that feedback and are reviewing it internally to incorporate it as we go forward.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. On this topic, Councillor Nan?
Yes, thank you. I think just a couple of questions as they've been brought forward by colleagues in the correspondences that we have been receiving as council. So I heard correctly through you that staff have met with APCD twice, ACPD, yeah. And specifically, if you could, through you, was that working in collaboration directly with their working group on accessible outdoor spaces and parklands? And how has the input received from the committee to date been integrated into or informed what's before council today? Thank you.
Thank you. Julia?
So through Mr. Mayor to the councillor, it was not with their specific working group, it was with the committee as a whole that we met to share information on the program, and we gathered feedback, very similar to what we've done with other groups, as I had previously mentioned. The report in front of council today is really, the recommendations to put the program in place permanently and doesn't scope into the specifics of the guidelines. As we frame the program for 2022, we are having those conversations internally and collaborating on all of that feedback appropriately with our staff reviewers and our subject matter experts that comment on our applications at a staff level.
Thank you. And through you, in terms of the AOD compliancy pieces that were discussed earlier, there's in the correspondences statement saying that the AOD does not have specific regulations respecting outdoor dining spaces. Could staff comment on that, please?
So through Mr. Mayor to the councillor, yes, so when our review team at a municipal staff level looks at it, we are focused on accessible exterior paths of travel and allowing permissions to utilize our city streets. So from that perspective, we are ensuring compliance through our corridor management, encroachment, and so on teams. And then the onus is on the applicant to ensure that AOD compliancy is received. We want to provide more resources going forward to assist our restaurateurs with doing that successfully and being equitable for all of their customers and patrons.
Okay, thank you. I think similarly to some of my other colleagues, I would like to see some reference in the recommendations before council today that do speak to that very specifically in terms of the accessible path of travel will be maintained at least, and look forward to hearing what the rest of my colleagues have to say in terms of recommendations to integrate that into the recommendations that are here. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Vanderbeek, if you could take the chair for a moment. And put myself on this matter. So I do respect all the comments that are being made, and I think I, like most of us all, are very keen to continue on with the outdoor patio program, but keep bearing in mind the necessary safeguards for people with disabilities or that need to get access or access through or around or in these facilities. So I think those are very important and appropriate issues. So Julia, to you, if I could, you mentioned guidelines. So we're entrenching the policy in terms of continuing on with the program today, but we have not yet finalized the guidelines in terms of how that is going to be implemented. Is that correct?
Julia?
Yeah.
Julia, you're muted. I'm sure you're being very eloquent, but we can't understand you. Oh, still.
Oh my.
Should be good now.
Oh,
We can
sorry,
hear you now, Julia. Yes, we can.
I apologize for that. So through the deputy mayor to Mr. Mayor, the guidelines are updated regularly. We review them on an annual basis. There could be changing provincial legislation, city bylaws, policies, requirements from public health, etc. And so those are living documents that are updated on a regular basis and communicated to any of our program participants. They're an internal document that our review team does comment on regularly.
Okay. Is there any sense that those guidelines could be brought back to council for kind of final review prior to this year's implementation?
Julia?
Through Mr. Mayor, I may actually ask Jason Thorne to weigh in on that and how that may move forward.
Okay, thank you. Jason?
Jason?
So through the chair, it'd be a challenge to sort of have a further report back and still make the current patio season in terms of the approvals that go out. As Julia noted, we do in those approvals require them to meet AODA. We do spell out some terms of conditions. A clear pathway is among those. I think as we look at the terms and conditions, we can certainly update those. The recommended report does give us the staff delegate authority to make those sorts of changes without having to come back to council each and every time we modify something. So I think if there are design elements that we can incorporate into the program, we're happy to take a look at them. I'm just a little bit hesitant about a further report back to council because I know that puts us towards the end of March. And as things stand at the moment, just for all of council sort of clarity, we have two programs at the moment. So the on-street pop-up patio program that's been around for a few years is already a permanent program. What was new is the creation of during COVID was the creation of the outdoor dining district program, which expanded that permission to laneways, alleyways. Most of them are actually in private parking lots. That has expired, so we would not be able to actually entertain any of those applications if we don't have that program made permanent. And I get the consternation with the word permanency because it makes it sound like nothing shall ever change after that. But there is a fair bit of flexibility built into the program and built into the terms to be able to modify them as we go. And like I said, that is something we have done over the years. I think each and every year we've introduced some sort of new requirement or aspect of the program as we've learned more as we go.
Yeah, very much appreciate it. So if I could just maybe recommend an information report at some point, because I think I'm like most members of council, don't want to hold up the ability to get these patios in place, but remain concerned about ensuring that some of the AOD compliance issues are being dealt with. So maybe down the road we could provide an update through an information report, not a formal report, but an information report in terms of the progress that's being made to be AODA compliant as we go forward. I think that'd be very much appreciated from my perspective. I think that would certainly, let everyone know that this is not an issue that is being ignored or being not paid attention to. And certainly, as your representative on the PD committee, I will ensure that this issue gets the attention it deserves as we roll out the patios for this coming patio season. So I appreciate all the work, Julia and Jason, for keeping this in front of us and keeping this moving forward to the benefit of all of our struggling restaurateurs out there that are going to need this going forward as part of their business development and recovery. Which is very much a part of the mayor's task force and many of the decisions we've already made to help people get through the pandemic and then have a good recovery thereafter. So thank you for all that, Councillor Vanderbeek. I'll take the chair back.
Thank you, sir.
And I see additional speaker, Councillor Wilson, on this topic. Councillor Wilson.
Yes, thank you. I did ask some questions of clarity at planning. I have one outstanding question. I would very much echo the need for an information report on the guidelines as they are assessed and changed as we go along. On the matter of bylaw and enforcement, if I could ask through the chair to Julia, what is, how are they informed of these changing guidelines in their work, and how active are they in terms of bylaw being called upon with great frequency these days? How are they doing their work, and how are they informed of these changes as the program progresses? Thank you.
Thank you. Julia?
So through Mr. Mayor to the councillor, we have representatives from Bylaw and the municipal licensing and licensing teams that are part of our reviewers. So they are commenting regularly, those designated staff, and would be circulating to their teams appropriately, as I understand. I'm not quite sure, maybe if Jason Thorne or Monica may want to jump in with additional information on how that communication is being distributed to that division.
Thank you. I see Monica is on the call. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning, Monica Striello, Director of Licensing and Bylaw Services. Through the chair, just to echo a little further what Julia said, absolutely, we're a part of the collaborative process at the beginning, and we make sure that our SOPs, or our standard operating procedures, are up to date and circulated to all of our officers to ensure that they're fully in compliance with what is expected. As for details, if you would like anything further, I do have Robert Ustricki on the phone, who is active in this pilot from an MLE perspective, but if that satisfies, I can leave it there.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Just on that point, do you report back in your information reports to council on noted infractions that you may encounter during patio season on this particular exercise?
Through the chair, I would ask Julia to confirm. I don't believe that we do automatically report back on it, but it's certainly stats that we do have, or we have collected. I know noise was something that we actively track, so we certainly could provide that information. But I would defer to Julia if that information has been provided, or what details have been.
Thank you, and through Mr. Mayor to the councillor. So we do collect those stats regularly from the licensing team. We have provided them informally in the past, and we can look to do that in a more formal matter going forward. The number of complaints that we've received is not very many, about 10 over the last 2 years that we have tracked specifically related to patios. But if it is council's wish to have more information on that, we can absolutely collect that and provide that regularly as appropriate.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. One final question. I don't know a member of council who doesn't support the initiative, particularly given the conditions that small restaurants and bars have been put through. However, this is certainly an issue of conflicting public space in that we're enabling a private enterprise to encroach on and take over for private business a public space that should be accessible to all. And it's being brought to our attention that there are concerns about that for persons with accessibility issues. So specifically, the CNIB has written a long letter to us and asked us to give consideration. And if you could just think of someone who may be visually impaired, their straight line is certainly being impeded by these patios. So my question to Julia, I know you do consult with the ACBPD. Is there a possibility that someone from staff could perhaps reach out to the CNABC and have a discussion on their suggestions? Thank you. That's my last question.
Julia, thank you.
Thank you for the question, councillor, and through Mr. Mayor to you. Definitely, we will extend our consultation and our outreach, and are looking again as well to our comparator municipalities who are adding additional elements, and we're having these conversations on a provincial level. So the addition of the urban braille piece, we are investigating cane detectable elements. We have begun that work, but we will definitely reach out to some of those other organizations, including the CNIB, for feedback and consultation to be considered in our guidelines as we update them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Farr, second time.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll just read the amendment seconded by Councillor Marula. Appreciating the conversation, and I think I've captured. I sent this to Andrea, our clerk, just moments ago, so I'll just read it out. But in B, I would amend, by adding these words. So it says in B that the general manager of planning and economic development or designate be delegated the authority to make minor amendments, and after that word amendments, I'd put a comma. And add in informed by continued consultation with the ACPD and other accessibility groups and organizations as necessary, comma, and then finish out B. And then part F would be a new part F that and to your good point, Mr. Mayor, that the appropriate staff be requested to issue an information report to council. It could be annually, semi-annually. I'll take staff's advice on that. And that again is seconded by Councillor Marula.
Okay, thank you. Let's be specific. Is it going to be semi-annually? Councillor Jason, what are your thoughts on information report?
So through the chair, my suggestion would be annually, because we would do it sort of at the end of each season as we go into the next season, if there are going to be sort of any modified terms or conditions. And then that said, if there are significant changes, we would always, as staff, advise council of those. So if something significant changes, we could provide it in your information report. But I would suggest that it be annually, and we would do it sort of in recapping each year's program, do a bit of an assessment, and advise council of any changes that we're making to the terms and conditions for the upcoming year.
That's great. Thank you. So Councillor Farr, it's going to be annually in your amendment?
Yes, and I apologize to Councillor Marula, but actually I meant to get a seconder in Councillor Ferguson. It was he and I that were discussing some of this a couple of days ago. So I apologize to Councillor Ferguson, and I'm sure no sweat for Councillor Marula. Thank you.
All right. So
annually is fine, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. So we have two amendments. One of them on item B. Everyone's clear on what the amendment is. Councillor Wilson.
Mr. Mayor, if I could ask the mover to reread the first one, please. Thank you.
Actually, could we put it up in the chat just so we're clear? Everyone can read it at the same time, and it's clear for everybody. Andrea, if you could. Thank you.
Great.
I need my magnifying glass to get this pumped up. So it's to add the words in item B, informed by continued consultation with the ACPD and other accessibility organizations as necessary. That's in item B. So on that, everyone's comfortable with that? I see Councillor Powers on a list on the chat. Councillor Powers on this amendment?
No, it's okay. Go ahead with this one, but just add me after the amendments are approved, Mr. Mayor, please.
Okay, thank you. So let's work on this amendment in item B. Everyone's comfortable with that? I see no hands waving. Okay, thank you. All in favor of that amendment then? And Councillor Powers, thumbs up, I'm assuming, if you'll let me know. Thank you. You're getting good at that. Anyone else need to do a manual?
Councillor Marula, Councillor Marula, were you able to submit?
He's working on it, I think. I was lip reading on that one.
That carries 15-0.
Okay, thank you. Once again, put up that second amendment. Actually, it was I think everyone's pretty clear on that one. It was an annual information report regarding updating the guidelines as we go forward. I think we're pretty clear on that. And so any comments or questions on that amendment? Not seeing any. All in favor then? It's loading, it tells me. Not yet coming up for me, Madam Clerk. I assume it's the same for everyone else.
It is up.
Okay. It's not loading for me. Nope, sorry. Now it just did. Thank you.
And Councillor Powers is thumbs up.
Thumbs up, thank you.
That carries 15-0.
On the item itself, Councillor Powers.
I just have a question. There's been reference made to, I'm going to say, a minimum requirement of 1.6 meters for access around this. Is this clearly enunciated in the SOPs or the policies? I mean, you can have a walkway which becomes very inaccessible for people in assisted living devices or whatever the case is. Could I ask that question? Is that definitive of any documentation or in the requirements?
Okay, thank you. Julia Davis.
Through the mayor to the councillor, yes, that is in our SOP, in our guidelines, on our application, and in our final approval documents that go out to all of our applicants. In addition to that, we require that to be shown on any sketches or drawings that are submitted with an application so that it is clear. So we do reiterate that in all of our documentation to be clear with our applicants.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's great that we do everything possible to, and I suggest the wording should be a minimum of 1.6 meters. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So can I recommend that we do a separate vote on item 6 as amended, just to get that one off the table? So if you could put that vote up on item 6.
We'll be putting that up, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Councillor Powers is thumbs up. Councillor Marilla is absent.
Okay.
It carries 14-0.
Sure, it's going to be more. I do recall, Councillor Ferguson, you had another item on the Planning Committee report. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this has to deal with item 5 of the planning report. And it's a very controversial application for it's where the Brandon House was demolished because it had no heritage protection on it. But it's a redevelopment of that and a number of other lots to a fairly large retirement home or condominium. And I want to start, first of all, by thanking the Planning Committee for accepting the staff recommendation, which was to deny this application because it was coming in at 7.5 floors. And the secondary plan for the Wilson Street area in Ancaster, particularly through the Heritage District, is 2.5 to 3 floors. There has been one OMB, or I think it was called Ontario Land Tribunal then, to go to 3 floors in one building that's been constructed. But they were applying for 7 floors. And I think by denying this application, we jolted the development industry to say that intensifications or provincial policy or the threat of the Ontario Land Appeal Group is doesn't trump all our secondary plans. And so after that happened, my phone started burning up over the weekend, as you can expect, and before this went to council tonight or today. And I did have a conversation with Mr. Waxman, the developer, the partner on the developer, and he did tell me that they're prepared to amend their application to 4 floors at Russo in Wilson, going up to, and it goes up a grade, so it would be 3.5 floors at the upper end, or at the some part of the south end or the west end, but further up into the village, it would be at 3.5 floors. Now, I did notice in correspondence item today, 4.13, it says between 4 to 5 floors instead of 4 to 3.5. I don't know if that's a typo But as the old saying goes, the devil's in the details on this stuff. And so I did speak to the neighbor, Mr. McLeod, who delegated at the committee. And I have an email from him asking that we do defer to listen to what they have to say and review it. And I would ask staff to please, if this, my motion, which I'll place in a minute, does carry, that staff reach out to Mr. McLeod because he is the most affected. His property runs the full length of this development. You have Wilson Street on one side and Mr. McLeod's on the other side, then Russo on the other side, and then an art gallery on the other end. And so Mr. McLeod is the most affected. So I would certainly ask the staff, and if this motion I'm about to place carries, that they consult with him into exactly what they're asking for so we have a better feel for it. I also reached out to the Ancaster Heritage Village Association, and I have a letter from them. I forward these letters on to staff, both Mr. McLeod's and the Ancaster Heritage Village Association, also asking for a deferral. So I just need to find out, is what they're proposing now real? And I've talked to Steve and Jason, and both of them agree we should refer this back to them to have an opportunity to review it in detail and come back to us at the end of April. I've also got information recently from our planning director that there's been 4 decisions from the Ontario Land Tribunal in the last 3 months around official plan amendments and rezoning, and the city has lost 3 of them. So I think if he is going to reduce to 4 floors, we need to listen to that and consider it. And so at this time, if you allow me to, Mr. Mayor, I don't know if there's other speakers yet, but I'd like to place a motion to refer it back to staff. Is it appropriate now?
I think it would be. It was a long preamble, but we're there. So go ahead and put your motion, and then we can have further discussion on that.
So this is item 5. It's the Planning Committee report number 22-003. And it's application for amendments to the Urban Hamilton Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw number 05200 for lands located at 442, 450, 454, and 462 Wilson Street East in Ancaster, Ward 12. A, that the report PED 22037 respecting the application for amendments to the Urban Hamilton Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw number 05200 for lands located at, once again, 442, 450, 454, and 462 Wilson Street in Ward 12 be referred back to staff for further discussions with the applicant, and that staff report back to the April 25th Planning Committee meeting on this matter. And that's seconded by the committee chair, Councillor Brenda Johnson.
Okay, thank you. And so on the directions, Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a couple of questions for staff, please. My first question is around the public process. At the Planning Committee, we closed the public process. So there will be, how does that play out? Can we reopen that public process, or is it closed down?
So,
Through you, staff, please.
Yeah, so so the reason for referral is the part that we can debate and discuss here. But
Mr. Mayor, I did have my name on the speakers list before the motion was put on the floor, and I did wave my hand.
Okay, well, I'm sorry I missed that, but we are where we are. So I'll have Jason answer the question. Jason?
Yeah, so through the chair, so the council's correct. The statutory public meeting was closed, which is typical practice at Planning Committee. So if this direction is approved by council and it comes back to Planning Committee at the end of April, then one of 2 things could happen. If there are substantial changes to the staff report and staff recommendation, that could trigger an additional statutory public meeting, or the council committee can certainly always welcome delegations on any matter that's before Planning Committee. So it may be non-statutory, but the public would still have the chance when a potentially modified report or whatever is brought back at the end of April, the public would have the opportunity to delegate and speak to committee about that.
Thank you.
So it is coming back, Mr. Mayor, thank you. So just to confirm with the deferral, and this is the question on the deferral, the deferral is for the for this item to come back, to go to staff, and then to come back to the Planning Committee at the end of April. I mean, is there anything locked in stone that it has to come back at what they've said, the 4 stories, the 3 stories, the 5 stories, whatever they're saying?
Jason?
So through the chair, I think what they've indicated in their letter, that was 4.13 on the agenda, gives a sense of the kinds of, I'll say, modifications they're considering making. What actually that looks like, I think that's the time that staff would spend with the applicant and with the neighbors to see if there are further modifications that they would come back with. That may or may not change what the staff position and recommendation is. But they've given a sense, I think, at least in their letter, that they're willing to modify the massing of the proposed building. We'd have to spend some time with them to assess what the implications of that are.
Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, I appreciate the explanation because, I mean, I will tell you that this has created an absolute outrage in my community of Waterdown. We're in the process of doing the secondary plan, as I've indicated before. And so my question through you to staff again, I don't know if it would be with Jason or perhaps Steve, but with the secondary plan, we've worked on ours for a good 2 years, if not a little bit over that. The public has been incredibly engaged. We've had task force. And I know this happened with the Ancaster secondary plan and other secondary plans. And so with an application like this coming forward, how is the secondary plan really offering protection for the 2.5 to 3 stories that are written into that secondary plan, which the community agreed to? Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Jason?
So through the chair, I'll start, and Mr. Robichaud may want to add to it. I think what the council articulated there does sort of get to the core of what the basis was for the staff recommendation for denial, in terms of the significant departure from what was in the secondary plan, as well as a sort of a host of other sort of planning considerations around that. An applicant, of course, can always make application to amend a secondary plan if they wish. I would suggest that the bar is set fairly high in terms of when, at least from a staff standpoint, when we would consider deviating from what those provisions are within the secondary plan. We'd be looking at sort of the context of the site. I would say this is an unusual site in terms of the grading issues and the grading challenges that exist there. But that's what we'd have to look at is a modification to the secondary plan in this case warranted? As I said, the test for that in my view is fairly high, and I think in planning staff's view has always been fairly high. But if this is the direction of council, we're happy to take a look at what this modified proposal looks like from the applicant and come back with some recommendations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just my final comment is, if the secondary plan does establish a high bar, and staff did deny this application, and rightly so, I would suggest that by approving this for deferral and going down that road and not agreeing with staff and supporting their denial, what we're really doing is, we're basically saying to the community that the secondary plan really doesn't have that high bar or have the teeth that the residents feel that it does. And as I said before, in my community, there is outrage, and they are really, after all the work that staff have done, and I'm a protector of heritage. I will absolutely, I think everybody knows that by now. And of any kind of developments that fly in the face of a secondary plan, which has been established. So I'm not supporting this. I really hope that others will give this some considerate thought and not support it as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really want to thank Councillor Ferguson for keeping me in the loop on the weekend when he was working towards this. I don't think anybody wants to deny the secondary plan policies. I, for one, also went through a horrendous secondary plan in the Fruitland Winona boundary expansion. And when I hear that secondary plans are antiquated, I literally want to throw something at the wall because, as Councillor Partridge said, there is a lot of work put into each one of them. However, having said that, I want to defer to the area councillor who knows that area better than anyone. If there is a tweak that can happen, it can satisfy the heritage community, it can satisfy the community itself and the ward councillor, and the staff can agree to it, then why would we not give it a shot and see what happens? So I'm going to defer to the area councillor who is willing to go through this exercise. It doesn't mean it's going to come back as an approval. It's just really to hear them out. So I'm glad we're doing that, just to avoid going to LPAT. Not to say I'm not afraid to go there, but it will help. I think having the negotiations on the table, it can do nothing but good at this point in time. So I'm supportive.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ferguson, second time.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to explain to council and the committee why I made this motion. They originally asked for 7 floors. They're down now to 4 to 3.5, if that's correct. And I have a reason to believe it is correct. As you're going up a steep grade, maybe there's some areas that bump out a little more, but the view from Russo and Wilson will be 4 floors, and at least from what I'm told. I fully expected that the applicant would just take us off to the Ontario Land Tribunal, because as I said earlier, there 3 out of the 4 decisions recently went in favor of the developer. And I'm concerned about that risk. They could go off and may get 7 floors. And if they get 7 floors, that would be a disaster in my view. I'd like the secondary plan too. I think it's the absolute right thing to do. It's the character of the community. It's a heritage village. And I was very reluctant at the start to look at her doing this, but if they go off to the Ontario Land Tribunal, and if we deny this or don't even consider looking at it, and believe me, I'm going to be one of the biggest critics out there when I see what they're proposing. They'll simply walk us off the Ontario Land Tribunal to try to get the 7 back again, and may be successful. So I'm not prepared to take that risk right now. I want to see what staff think of this proposal and is what they're telling us accurate, and get the professional view from them. I'm under attack at a couple of sites now in Ancaster where they want to go way above the secondary plan, and I'd like to set a precedent here that we're not going to be rolled over and play dead on this stuff, but that we're not immune to compromise because of the risk that could happen by a third party off at the Ontario Land Tribunal. So that's why I asked for the deferral. That's all.
Okay, much appreciated. So we're on that item, which is item 6. No, sorry, not item 6, item 5. And the motion to defer has been put by Councillor Ferguson, second by Councillor Johnson. I would recommend that we go to a vote. And you can indicate your approval or lack of thereof, and I am going to be supportive of doing that work. Please indicate the vote is up. Councillor Powers, thumbs up. Thank you. Anyone else need to do a manual vote?
I do, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Thumbs up from Councillor Marula.
Clark. That carries 13-1.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to item 4 now. Councillor Farr, you have a comment on item 4?
Yeah, quickly, Mr. Mayor, and I'll have a question for GM Thorne. On item 4, we're receiving the official plan amendment application to build a tall tower on block 16 as part of the Pier 8 Waterfront Shores project, right next door to Waterfront Trust Center, formerly the Discovery Center. Anyway, in A, we're referring it to staff for their information and to be considered for their future recommendation to council. Ultimately, council will be making the decision on this particular change to the plan from long ago. On B, Mr. Mayor, we're sending the applicant out to engage and participate in an enhanced design review. I appreciate the enhanced design review, but my question to Jason is, since Planning Committee have discovered, and I apologize if it was available to me prior to council last Tuesday, but we have just the one engagement session on March the 8th on this, Jay, or am I seeing that wrong? Public engagement session.
Thank you. Jason Thorne.
So through you, Mr. Chair, if it's all right, I might ask Mr. Robichaud if he can provide the details on that, because he will be more aware of the dates than I am.
Okay. Steve?
Thank you, Mr. Thorne. Through you, Mr. Mayor. At the present time, we have the one session scheduled for March 8th. We're trying to make, as the process continues to move forward, if there's not, we will look at opportunities for further engagement and consultation for the public, as well as the public can observe through the design review panel process if they wish to stay informed as to what happens or what is happening. But we will also be, we will be seeking public feedback as the process moves forward and the design sort of the evaluation occurs as part when we come forward with the complete package. As you're aware, this is an unusual process that we've embarked on this, and we've tried to structure a process that maximizes the opportunity for public awareness as to what's happening, and then those opportunities for public engagement at key decision-making points in the process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Jay, Steve, any chance then that we can, two-part question and I'm done. What other ways can the public engage, share their thoughts on the concept, since it is quite a change from the original concept, and many people have followed closely what the plans were for many, many years on the waterfront there. So I'm seeing and sensing already as the ward councillor, people are wanting to get engaged. If March 8th is the only opportunity, what other opportunities? Who can they write to? Care of their councillor, Steve, number one. And number two, the design review panel, you mentioned it, you can't comment as a spectator, but you can watch. I just want to get that clear. Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, start the second part. Yes, you're correct. The public can observe the design review panel when they're asking the questions and the deliberations. We will be keeping, and then secondly, the public can make submissions directly to city staff. So we have the planner who's processing the development application in terms of the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment, or they can work through Andrea Smith and Chris Phillips in the waterfront office if they wish to make submissions. As you're aware, the minutes of settlement require that the city consider the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw changes. It does not bind the city to adopting that official plan amendment or zoning bylaw changes. So at any point in time, the public can make a submission, as well as staff are always available to meet with either a group of residents or any neighborhood associations, either formal or informal neighborhood associations that would like to have a briefing with city staff or an opportunity to better understand the proposal and provide their feedback. We can set up a WebEx type meeting with those residents, and the residents also have the opportunity, like I said, to attend the more formal process. And like any development application, we do encourage early submissions so we can identify what the concerns are. But throughout the planning review process, people can make a submission at any point in time, either through your office, through the city clerk, or directly to planning staff. In this case, Mark Keeler, who's the planner on the file, and then we will receive that. And if they have questions, we review. And if there's a group of, like I said, we are more than willing to meet with the residents if they have a neighborhood association or other group that wants to set up a meeting with us and invite us to attend and talk about the issue and hear what their concerns are and respond to it. Like I said, we are just doing what's required under the minutes of settlement, and that's why we structured this process, because it is a shift and change in the secondary plan to maximize the opportunities for public awareness, public input, and public engagement in this process. Ultimately, when we come forward with the final recommendation whether or not to approve the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw changes for either a mid-rise building or a tall building on that site. That is essentially what we are looking at, either or option going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Farr.
Fabulous. I really appreciate always the thoroughness of our Director of Planning. And I'll just let you all know now, following the submission from the applicant, as we're approving here today, likely, that they submit those 3 design concepts. That's what we're asking for, 3. Once they're submitted, then, and based on the answer I just received, I may call a meeting to let the public chime in on those 3 designs once they've seen them, because right now the only real engagement session we have scheduled, at least on the schedule, is for March 8th, but there's plenty, as Steve just said, of other opportunities to engage on this. So I might call something after the extensive design review process, the enhanced design review process takes place. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Jason, and thank you to Steve.
Thank you. And if you do that, make sure you inform all members of council, because I think there's community-wide interest in this. And
totally agree. I will. Totally
I'd be certainly keen on participating as well, because I think it's an interesting idea that I think has a lot of merit, and I'd certainly like to hear what others in the community are saying about it before we go forward. So make sure we get invited. Brilliant. Thank you. On the Planning Committee report as amended, any other items? Councillor Clark, sorry. I was to turn to you and ask you if you were interested in discussing item 9, and if you are, that's an in-camera item that we then would have to defer to the in-camera session. Councillor Clark.
I'm not sure what the number is. I found it in the information section, item H2. And I would like to have that item lifted and then referred to the in-camera portion if that's possible. So I'd be moving that, sir.
Yep. Let me just clarify with the clerk, because I have, and is it related to the bylaw requirements resulting in additional costs?
Yes, that's the title, sir. Okay. Thank you.
So the item is actually item 9 on the regular agenda. So if your motion is to defer that to the in-camera session, then that would be appropriate this time. If we could have a seconder for that. Okay, Councillor Johnson, thank you. Any comments or questions? If we do that, then we will defer the entirety of the Planning Committee report until such time as we've dealt with this item in camera. So on Councillor Clark's motion to defer, any comments or questions? None in favor? And any opposed? And sorry to have missed that, Councillor Clark, it is in my roadmap.
No problem.
And Councillor Powers, thumbs up. Anyone else need to do a manual vote? Thumbs up.
Councillor Nan is a thumbs up as well.
Yep.
And that carries 14-0.
Okay, thank you.
Sir.
Thank you very much. We are at the General Issues Committee report. Councillor Van de Beek, a motion to put it on the floor.
Trying to unmute, sir.
No problem.
The General Issues Committee report, moved by myself and seconded by, I don't have anyone on top, Maria Pearson, that the General Issues Committee report 22-006, being the meeting held on Wednesday, February 16th, 2022, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Any issues in the GIC report? I see Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to make a comment and thank Monica Cirillo with regards to the amendments to the election signs issue. And it was directed back that they kind of fine-tune the location of signs on residential properties, and staff have done that. I want to thank them for continuing to hear the concerns that committee members had and simplifying it going forward for the upcoming elections. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further comments, the report is on the floor. It's been moved and seconded. Councillor Van de Beek.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know what your roadmap says, but I have a couple of amendments to items on the GIC report.
Correct, you do. And you have an amendment to item 9. Just in terms of a housekeeping amendment on that, go ahead.
Yes, that's correct. I had it sitting right here, but I don't. I do. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Jackson. These are amendments that do not change the general gist of what happened in the meeting. They simply clarify one particular item, which is where a sign will be allowed as an exemption to the bylaw that says that election signs are not allowed on road allowances. And so it really affects item B 23, which at one point said that you couldn't put an election sign on any portion of the road allowance, including any portion of the boulevard that abuts private property, excluding the portion. And then it talks about the front or side yard between the sidewalk, ditch, or established edge of roadway. What they've done is clarify and broke that into two sections, A and B. So no person shall display or permit the display of an election sign on any portion of the road allowance, excluding that portion of the boulevard, A, between the sidewalk and private property line, or B, where there is no sidewalk, between the roadway and the private property line. And so it's just clarifying the wording so that it's clearer. And so again, it was moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Jackson, sir.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Powers.
Thank you very much. I'm very supportive of the amendments. I particularly want to thank Councillor Danko for bringing this item to our attention and starting us on this discussion, and ultimately to staff who refined the direction that was proposed by committee that brings us here today. But this is all involvement of Councillor at the initiative of Councillor Danko, and then involvement of all the many members on the committee. So that's my thanks.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. So the amendment's on the floor on that item. All in favor then of the amendment to clarify locations? Any opposed? And I assume, Madam Clerk, that we're going to do the item as amended then on a separate vote. Councillor Powers, thumbs up.
We can certainly do the balance of the report as amended, or you can do the separate item 9. It's up to you.
Yeah, we'll
Carries
do that
14-0.
Thank you. We'll do the report as amended later on. Thank you. And Councillor Van Beek, an amendment on item 12 as well regarding the property insurance renewals.
Thank you, sir. Am I on mute? Yeah. Thank you, sir. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Pearson. This amendment is a staff housekeeping amendment, changes a dollar amount to be an updated amount, talks about appendices A and B rather than just appendice A, and I think that council does have this before them, so I'm not going to read the whole thing.
Yep.
Just answer questions. Staff can answer questions if there are any, sir. Thank you.
These are housekeeping matters, much appreciated. Council has had this delivered to them, so you should be aware. All in favor of that amendment. The seconder for that was Councillor Van Der Beek?
Councillor Pearson.
Thank you. So if you could put up that amendment, thank you. Whoops. And I think that's the list of your amendments, Councillor Van Der Beek. Thank you for that. And
that matter carries 14-0.
Thank you. And balance of the GIC report as amended. We could put that vote up, please. Any in favor? Any opposed? And we're off to item, Councillor Powers in favor. Thank you. Audit and finance at the moment.
Councillor Clark, were you able to submit?
He says yes.
And that's received and it carries 14-0.
Thank you. Item 5.5 is the Audit and Finance Administration Committee report. Councillor Pearson, Chair Pearson, a motion on the recommendations, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, that the Audit and Finance and Administration Committee report 22-004, being the meeting held on Thursday, February the 17th, 2022, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved. And that seconded by Councillor Brad Clark. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Any comments or questions on that report? Not seeing any. On the balance of the report then, all in favor? Opposed?
That carries 14-0.
Thank you. Next is the Emergency and Community Services Committee report. Councillor Clark, Chair Clark, can I have a motion to put that report on the floor, please?
Yes, you may, sir. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Nan that the Emergency and Community Services Committee report 22-003, being the meeting held on Thursday, February 17th, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Okay, thank you. Any items in the report itself that folks would like to speak to? Not seeing any. If you would put the vote up then, Madam Clerk, I appreciate that. Moved and seconded. All in favor? And thumbs up from Councillor Powers. Anyone else need to do a manual vote? Everyone's able?
That is carried 14-0.
Thank you. We are at motions. 6.1 is Glenside Pathway Pedestrian Lighting Improvements. Councillor Wilson, you have a motion on that, please.
I do, thank you. It is moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Partridge. I'll read the motion. Whereas
you'll need a, sorry to interrupt, you'll need a different seconder because Councillor Partridge is at another meeting right now. So Councillor Nan has put her two fingers up indicating peace and second.
Thank you. I didn't, I'm on one screen, so I didn't know that. Thank you for letting me know.
You're welcome.
Whereas at its meeting on May 26, 2021, Council approved by motion to allocate funds from the Ward 1 Capital Reinvestment Discretionary Account to implement new pedestrian lighting on the existing path that connects Glenside Avenue to Aberdeen. Whereas on July 29th, 2021, the NEC issued a conditional permit for the project, whereas the NEC's decision was subsequently appealed by 3 residents and has been referred to the Ontario Land Tribunal for a hearing. Therefore, be it resolved that Legal and Risk Management Services staff be instructed to oppose the appeals to the OLT from the Niagara Escarpment Commission's conditional approval of new pedestrian lighting for the existing path connecting Glenside to Aberdeen, and B, that staff from the Planning and Economic Development Department and Public Works Departments attend the hearing to provide, evidence if necessary. It's just a typo, I think, in there. If I could speak to it very briefly, this is a pathway of about 715 meters, give or take. It's been in place as a multi-use path since 2010. I think it's fair to say that its use and its success exceeded everyone's expectations. It has become a very well traversed pathway for both pedestrians and cyclists. It's used by high school students, McMaster students. It's used by people trying to get to Fortino's on Main West to get to work. It's used by people coming into the lower city from Dundas and beyond. But it is the only section on that Brantford rail trail, Hamilton to Brantford rail trail, that is within the domain of at least the city that is unlit. And so there have been expressed concerns about safety and security. The lighting, all the studies that were necessary were done, showing that the cascade of light is minimal and only goes onto the pathway, and it will certainly assist in issues of security due to facial recognition and just to be able to see the pathway. It's used in all 4 seasons, and it did receive approval for the lighting from the Niagara Escarpment Commission. And if there are any questions with respect to the study that was done, and I believe if there are any questions with respect to the legal aspect, Solicitor McDonald, I believe, is present. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I see no indications of any comments or questions. The motion is duly moved and seconded. Not seeing any indicators, so the motion is up. And bring on the lighting. Thumbs up from, not seeing Councillor Powers at the moment. Oh, there it is.
He's
Thank
giving a
you.
thumbs up.
I see it.
You're doing that.
So it's a rotating thumbs up now.
I don't see Councillor Vanderbeek, so I think she's having technical difficulties. That carries 13-0.
Okay. That's great.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have item 6.2, an amendment to item 37 of the General Issues Committee. Councillor Farr, if you would, present your motion regarding a Cannon Street location.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Marula. It's quite lengthy, and so maybe best to have the clerk, Janet Pilon, sum it all up. It's more of a housekeeping thing, to my understanding, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I think everyone has it and has had an ability to review it. If there isn't any comments or questions, I think we can go to a vote unless there's any concern. I'm not seeing anything on the screen, so Councillor Farr, moved by yourself, seconded by Councillor Marula. To put up that vote. Thank you. And I'm going to assume that the thumbs up have already, I didn't look up. So Councillor Powers, that was a thumbs up, I assume.
Yes, that carries 14-0.
Great, thank you. We are now at statements by members. If I could, just for a change, throw myself at the top of the list or at the bottom of the list. I just want to take a moment to send some love and appreciation to all of our police officers out there, both Hamilton Police and the police across the province, that dealt with a very difficult, a number of difficult situations, and no doubt there'll continue to be a number of difficult situations going into the future. But I know our Hamilton Police Force was involved both in Windsor and in Ottawa. And if you were like me, I could not watch what was going on in Ottawa and how the very effective and very difficult the challenges that the police faced, and how patient and restrained they were in terms of how they were dealing with that in the face of, I know, significant challenges and abuse, and you name it, it was thrown at them. And so I have nothing but admiration for the great work they did helping Ottawa through their challenges. Obviously, a situation that no one would want in their community. I know that they did an effective job of managing it when it was in Hamilton, the convoy that stopped briefly in Hamilton, and certainly we will all learn how to deal with that kind of situation in the future. Certainly an unusual anomaly that I think Ottawa was stuck with for a period of time, unfortunately. But I think at the end of the day, the police, all of the forces, whether it was RCMP, OPP, or our local police force in concert with a number of other forces from Durham and Toronto and Sudbury and beyond, came together to push back on what I thought was a very unfortunate siege of Ottawa. And certainly condolences go to the citizens of Ottawa and all the challenges they faced for the better part of a month. And certainly we wouldn't want that happening in any part of our community. But I just wanted to express my appreciation and thanks to all the police that were involved, that I think showed amazing restraint and constraint to make the issue and get their city back to functional form, and now Ottawa can deal with any of the outfall of that. I no doubt will continue. You know what? We live in a different kind of an age of different kinds of protests, and I would agree with anyone that would say peaceful protest is appropriate. We would expect that peaceful protest does not include shutting down a city or trying to knock down our economy or trying to prevent businesses from operating or harassing citizens. That, in my mind, is not peaceful protest. Peaceful protest would include, standing in front of City Hall or in front of the Parliament buildings and having your placards and your messages and making your point heard, but not obstructing the functioning of a city or the functioning of the businesses or enterprises in our community, or in fact, shutting down bridges to cripple our economy. These are not peaceful protests. And so, again, just want to make comment that I really fully appreciate the hard work it took to quell this siege. And I think the police did a incredible job of making that happen over the course of 3 or 4 days. So much appreciated. I will now turn to, with those comments, to Councillor Clark.
I'm fine, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and certainly I echo your comments with regards to the police and the issues of the convoy. Ironically, I had a small issue of convoy in my ward that I got calls from residents on, and it was concerning. But I'm pleased that it was not as intense as Ottawa, and I want to thank the residents that were affected in the neighborhood on the north side of the QEW. Appreciate everyone's rights, but people also have the right to enjoyment and peace in their neighborhoods. So thank you for those comments, and certainly support everything that was done by the police across the nation. Mr. Mayor, you certainly know that we've been suffering from tremendous fluctuation in weather over the last month or so. So I noticed today that we have high winds coming in, and we've just crossed my computer, of another flood watch from the Conservation Authority. And as you know, I have a lot of shoreline properties through Ward 10, and they're declaring a flood watch again to start Friday, February the 25th, should run through until Saturday, February 26th, anticipating 2-meter high waves and northeaster, as we call it, when you go down to the Quinte area, they're called northeasters. And there'll be high winds of at least forecasted from 39 kilometers an hour to a maximum of 68 kilometers an hour. So warning residents, please, especially along the shoreline. I have numerous properties that get flooded. I have numerous outlets that get blocked with debris as the winds, as these waves wash debris back into the pipes. So, just extra caution to everyone, especially driving on any flooded roads. And I want to thank residents also for, the patience with regards to snow clearing over the last couple of snowstorms. It has been a challenge for the crews. And thank you again, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And it's also pothole season, and certainly there's a lot of those around as well. And I think that's ongoing work. I think people need to know that our crews are out there daily. Hit one myself this morning and called it into Public Works, and hopefully they'll attend to it. But they're breeding quickly and fast as a result of the freeze thaw that we've experienced. And it's the annual event, unfortunately, as freeze thaw hits and gets underneath the road and then freezes and pops it up, and then the snowplow comes along, and before you know it, we've got potholes happening everywhere. We don't want them, but they're there. And if folks have eyes and ears out there, do call it in to either your councillor or to the city call center. Let us know where they are, and we can get to them as soon as we can get to them. I'm going to turn to Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just to reiterate what everyone else has said, I'm in full agreement with the police, with the snow clearing, but also with the flooding. We have a lot of flooding out in Glanbrook. I want to thank the residents for their patience. It's scary when water's coming straight up to your basement windows. Thanks to the crews for being so responsive. I don't believe we're meeting until after the March break. I could be wrong, but I just wanted to put out there, I hope everyone has a very safe March break. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, I too received that notification from Jonathan Baston at the Conservation Authority about this nor'easter coming in. And certainly there's a flooding risk, but there's also a lot of risk with ice buildup when the water splashes up on shore. I've seen houses buried in ice, and hope people take the appropriate action to make sure that they're protected when the storm hits, because it can get very deep at times and very dangerous. And I just have one community announcement. Since the inception of the Ancaster Food Drive, they've raised 1,876,000 pounds of food, and the event this year is on Saturday, March the 5th. Yeah, because of the coronavirus, when they made the decision, they had to make it a few weeks out, that they decided to go virtual again. So if someone wants to make a financial donation to the food drive, they can do it at ancasterfooddrive.ca on March the 5th. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It's they do amazing work, and too bad it has to be virtual because it's always a fun event to see everyone gathering around and dropping off and packaging. But we'll look forward to doing that next year for sure. Councillor Vanderbeek.
Thank you, sir. Nothing today.
Thank you. Councillor Partridge, not present at the moment. Councillor Danko.
Nothing for me today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pauls.
Thank you. And I just want to say what you said, Mayor, it's very important about the protest in Ottawa. But I do agree, we have a peaceful protest. But I think the most important thing is communication. And with a country that's divided, communication is the best way we get out of this. Everybody talking about the issues that was at end. So that's all I want to say. Let's communicate. Let's see what's the issue, and let's move on and unite our country. Thank you.
Thank you. That's certainly everyone's wish. Councillor Jackson.
Mr. Mayor, if you recall, before Christmas, just as Omicron hit, I had announced at the last council meeting to my Ward 6 community that I was going to host 3 in-person meetings, one at a school, 2 at a banquet hall, and then Omicron and the stricter regulations occurred before Christmas. So hopefully in 6 days as of March 1st, following the provincial orders, I'm hoping to resurrect the 3 community meetings that letters will be sent out to hopefully have in-person sessions. One is, of course, at Temple Mead School to discuss the Jude Strickland Memorial Playground. Second one is involving a commercial plaza in the Sherwood neighborhood. And lastly, about the proposed Mountain Brow concession reconstruction renewal project in my ward from Upper Gauge all the way over to the Kenilworth Circle, hopefully mimicking with the successful, very popular work that was done 5 years ago on Mountain Brow Boulevard from the Kenilworth Circle all the way to Mohawk Road. To the constituents of Ward 6 over the month of March, letters will be sent out, and hopefully we'll be able to finally host these in-person sessions. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And we all look forward to getting back to in-person gatherings safely as much as humanly possible. So that's good news. Councillor Powers.
No update, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Marula.
I'm fine. Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Nan.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and definitely inspired by the topic being raised by you starting things off in recognition and discussion about the occupation in Ottawa and activities and actions in Windsor and across the country. And wanted to take the opportunity to just acknowledge that the movement that occupied the capital city and disrupted so many communities is in opposition not merely to vaccines, but also in opposition to science, in opposition to authority, in opposition to expertise of all kinds, and also have been aligned and tied to white supremacy and hate-based organizations across this country. They represent a small percentage of our population that feed on spreading doubt and misinformation. What the occupation also showed is that majority of our country is in fact united against such elements. I also want to acknowledge that residents are concerned to see those aligned to the occupation in Ottawa and the convoy taking up space in the city, on our streets, through their slow rolls, and also at City Hall here in Hamilton. And especially in light of our ongoing concerns about hate-based groups proliferating in our communities, it's harmful to see it again. It's harmful to see such presence at our public square. And I wondered through you if there are any updates from security on the protests that have been present over the past few weekends. Thank you.
Don't know who is here from security at the moment.
Or any comments from staff regarding the protests and our hate mitigation strategy and how those presence, the presence at City Hall, I think this weekend, last weekend, whether that is being monitored by the city as a corporation, and if there's any updates. If not today, then if we could get one, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I think probably providing updates going forward would be appropriate. But I see City Manager Smith. She can answer that for herself.
Good morning, Council, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the question. I have not heard of any serious occurrences. I have seen some of the rotating vehicles just because I'm in the neighborhood. But what I can do is I will speak to staff and ask them to put a communication update to Council to update you, and then that will also be on the public record.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Those are my comments.
Yeah, and I do know that police are monitoring all of those activities on an ongoing basis. So I think there's ongoing collaboration between city when it relates to City Hall or any other impacts that are happening in our community. So I think that's ongoing work and probably heightened as a result of the recent activities. So I'd expect more intel and information sharing from our police to our city as needed going forward to quell some of these, as you say, unfortunate protests that I don't favor, nor do I support. But unfortunately, they do happen, and we have to find a way of managing them.
Mayor, if I could just add one final comment in that spirit, then just wanted to remind folks that the No Hate in the Hammer Coalition in Hamilton does have an event on today, timely, creating a community response to hate. This is the third session in their speaker series. This one is focusing on the many faces of Islamophobia, and it occurs from 4:30 to 5:45 this evening. And you can check out where to register on their social media pages on Twitter, Instagram, and on Facebook. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Councillor Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jeanette Smith, our city manager, just appeared. If she can reappear again, and just through you, if she could just please respond to possibly passing along just how impressed I am at this engage.hamilton.ca website to whomever is responsible. And I know it's a growing list of staff and consultants if you really pick apart each and every project that ultimately we're getting all sorts of growing response on from the public, which is exactly what it was designed to do. But I am really impressed, and I have a couple on there I want to plug now, but will you pass that along, Jeanette, please?
Through Mayor, I would love to pass that on to staff. We were very fortunate that that platform was in the works prior to the pandemic, but it was so great that we could put it in place because it's the one way we've been able to keep our engagement going throughout the pandemic. And we know it'll be part of our engagement framework going forward. So happy to pass that along.
Thank you. Yeah, and very simple. So engage.hamilton.ca, and you can see all sorts of citywide initiatives and neighborhood initiatives that we're looking for voices from those who live here on. And one is the Beasley Neighborhood Road and Safety Review, and that continues on engage.hamilton, but also in person. You'll learn all about it there. And also look up the Ward 2 temporary leash-free park while there. I think it's March 1st is when we're closing that down for public comments. Basically, it's an 8-question survey that leads us just a short walk to the east to replace the temporary the leash-free park that was unfortunately got a little too small for the amount of dogs and the popularity of the space after we did the extensive strong rehabilitation that's just opened up there on the south side of the north end. And finally, since it's been brought up, Mr. Mayor, we did at the start of this pandemic pretty much open the doors to Bridgeworks, which is this city's coolest, funkiest community center run by the recreation department, but operated by Sonic Onion. And they have some incredible shows as we start to open up, and a little bit after March and right through the summer that they're booking. But there's also so much time for the community in this community center. So I just want to encourage people. There's a fully accessible facility there in Central Neighborhood with a fully accessible kitchen, and right next door to the park that's being redeveloped. So think large or small and go to bookings@soniconion.com. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Nothing for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we did have just recently, just to finish off, an open house at the current film studio on Queen Street, which is a fantastic opportunity to see how the film studio is actually growing and developing in our community. And they certainly put forward a great plan and proposal for the Tiffany lands and their thoughts and ideas about how we can expand the film studios in our community. And I'd encourage people to go to aeon.com to fill out the survey and provide comments on what I think is going to be another leading industry for the city of Hamilton that will not only create dynamic film space and dynamic opportunities to create film, but huge employment opportunity and redevelopment opportunity for that area of the city. So waterfront, Tiffany Lands, Guy Street, Stewart Street, and the existing film studio at the Aon on Queen Street is quite impressive. And if you get a chance to have a tour, beyond that, members of council, I'd certainly encourage you to do so, because I think you'll be very, very impressed. And certainly their future plans are very, very exciting indeed. That's all the communications or updates I have. Councillor Vanderbeek, I need a motion on the council communication updates as of February the 17th and the 4th of February, actually. Both. If you could provide that.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Danko, that the listing of council communication updates from February 4th, 2022 to February 17th, 2022 be received. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. All in favor? Vote will be up. Councillor Powers, thumbs up. Councillor Jackson, thumbs up. And Madam Clerk?
Councillor Johnson, were you able to submit your vote?
Councillor, did you say Councillor Johnson?
Yes, we're just waiting for hers to come through.
Okay, thumbs up.
That carries 14-0.
We're now heading into our private and confidential. So prior to that, we have the council closed minutes of February the 9th. If there's no questions or comments on it, we can move it. Councillor Farr, are you moving it? Thank you. Or you want to speak to it? No, thank you. Moved by Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Pearson. Thank you. Any comments or questions otherwise? Any? All in favor? Vote is up. And Councillor Powers, thumbs up. Anyone else need to do a thumbs up?
That carries 14-0.
Great. We're now heading into closed session. I'll take a motion in a moment to move into closed session. Pursuant to Section 9(1), subsection E and K of the city's procedural bylaw 21021 as amended, and Section 2392, subsection E and K of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matter pertains to litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, and a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. Members of the public, the meeting will continue following the closed session portion of the meeting. When you see the members of council rejoining the meeting, council will wait up to 5 minutes upon reconvening an open session before proceeding with the meeting to provide members of the public and the media time to return to the meeting. So now I'd ask members of council, please ensure you're in a private room once we move into camera. So moved to go into camera, moved by Councillor Danko, seconded by Councillor Pauls. All in favor, a formal vote. And then you will need to go into the closed session in eScribe. And we'll give our clerks 5 minutes if you want to do a little bio break. Let's do a 5-minute bio break and be back here at 25:02.
That carries.
Thank you. Let's make it 10 minutes, 10-minute bio break. 22.
Yes, please.
go.
So the direction is one, and then the information remaining confidential is the other, as I heard you say, Clerk Holland.
Yes.
This is
Thank
more
you.
coming out of camera.
Yes, in public
Yeah,
session.
that's fine.
Separate
Yep.
vote.
Okay, Madam Clerk will lead us out of camera. You need to go back into your open session on eScribe. We have this item to deal with, and as well as a planning committee report to finalize.
And we are live, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. We're going to turn to item 9 in the planning committee report. And Madam Clerk, if you would put up the recommendation A and B, just for our knowledge and understanding, so we know what we're voting on.
Yes, I will have Janet put that up.
Thank you. There we go. All right. So we've asked that the two items be separated, that report PED respecting bylaw requirement resulting in additional costs be received. That's item A. And item B is that the report remain private and confidential. So we're having a separate vote on those two items. So on item A, I think you can take the verbiage down now. On item A, all in favor, if you would put up that vote. So it's 9A.
We'll just need a seconder, Mr. Mayor, please.
Is Councillor Clark and Councillor Jackson or Johnson? I thought it was Jackson originally, but mover and seconder the same all the way through item 9.
So we're voting on A first and then
A
B
first.
second.
Correct. Thumbs up from Councillor Powers. A wiggly thumbs up. And
Councillor Farr, were you able to submit?
I've been waiting years for Councillor Farr to submit.
I did vote electronically through eScribe, Madam Clerk.
That carries 9-3.
Submit. All right. Item B, which is that the report remain private and confidential. Separate vote on that as well. Up. And that was moved by Councillors Clark and Jackson as well. And wiggly thumbs up from Councillor Powers. Oh.
He's celebrating. That carries 10-2.
You must be close to somebody starting to party. That's so item 9 as amended now. All those in favor? That vote will be coming. There it is. And applause from Councillor Powers at this point.
And that carries 9-3.
Okay. On the balance of the Planning Committee report as presented, it was earlier moved and seconded. All in favor now as amended. And a thumbs up from Councillor Powers.
Councillor Namboy, just waiting for your vote to come through. And we have it. That carries 12-0.
And we did, so that was the balance of the report. And we did deal with Councillor Ferguson's amendment, right? We did that earlier on, so that's as amended as well. And I think that's correct. So
Yes, that's
Councillor
correct.
Vanderbeek. Councillor Vanderbeek, a motion to rise and report from Committee of the Whole, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Powers, that Committee of the Whole rise and report.
Thank you. All in favor? Opposed?
That carries 12-0.
Thank you. On the confirming bylaw, Councillor Vanderbeek, you have a motion to confirm bylaws 035 and beyond. So you need to waive the rules to...
Yes, I need to waive the rules. So, guess I need to, do I need to read this? I guess I do. Whereas bylaw 07351, a bylaw to adopt and maintain a policy with respect to the provision of public notice, requires that public notice is required to advise a committee meeting to consider the enactment of a procedure bylaw in the form of one notice published in a newspaper a minimum of 14 days prior to the committee meeting. And whereas bylaw 07351, a bylaw to adopt and maintain a policy with respect to the provision of public notice, also notes that council may direct that other notice is to be given as council considers adequate and when the city manager determines that an emergency situation exists. Therefore, be it resolved that council waive the notice provision within bylaw 07351, a bylaw to adopt and maintain a policy with respect to the provision of public notice, in order for an amendment to be made to the procedural bylaw effective immediately.
Okay, so on that, we need 2/3 majority. If you would put up that vote to waive the rules, all in favor?
If we could just get a seconder as well, Mr. Mayor.
Need a second.
Councillor Vanderbeek and Councillor Powers.
Thank you.
Vote is up.
That carries 12-0.
That bill is now part of our bills list. And Councillor Vanderbeek, a motion on the bills.
Thank you, sir. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Brad Clark, that the February 23rd, 2022 bills as amended be passed and that the corporate seal be affixed thereto and signed by the mayor and the city clerk. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any comments or questions on the bills? Councillor Jackson. Yes, sir.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, a rare time for me to intrude here on the bills before they're approved. If I can get a seconder, I would move that bill, bylaw 22-029, be amended to delete any reference to Ardleigh Street, Ardleigh Street, in my Ward 6. If I can get a seconder, and I'll provide council a quick explanation. Councillor Clark, thank you. Quick explanation, Mr. Mayor. I'm working very closely with Manager McElveen and Senior Project Manager Joanne Starr to get some parking restrictions for winter time on this street. And I just need some further time to consult with my constituents on the street. I'm hoping to be back with this regulation come the March 30th council meeting. So for now, I need to formally delete any reference to it in this bylaw. Seconded by Councillor Clark, and thank you.
Okay. So, Madam Clerk, that's appropriate?
Yes, it is.
Okay. It is on the table. So a motion to refer that in favor. Thumbs up from Councillor Powers.
And that carries
Okay.
12-0.
And then we'll go to a vote on the bylaws as amended and amended. All in favor? It is the stroke of 1 o'clock.
It carries
Everyone can have their lunch.
12-0.
I need a motion to adjourn, moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Danko and everybody else. Have a great afternoon, great rest of day. Thank you. And a final vote to close out the meeting.
Mr. Mayor, I want to flex a thumb.
You go ahead. You go ahead. I'm capturing that print just in case we ever need your finger.
And that carries 12-0.
Thank you, everybody. Great meeting. Thanks. Have a great afternoon.